Good morning. Hey, you hear me? Hang on. Do you hear me, guys?
We hear you.
Or girls, rather. Okay, good. I hear you too. Good morning. Sorry, let me close my door and get a paper towel. I'll be with you in a second.
Machine yako iko audible.
Audio.
Itabidi
Itabidi?
So, how is your new office? Is it
A
all
lot
right?
more compact, but it's okay.
Okay, it's not as big as it was before.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about this inconvenience. I don't know exactly what happened. I'm trying to figure it out. Well, at least we had the room for 3 days, which is already something. So as I said yesterday, we are going to dedicate this day to doing some data entry exercises for the different modes of data entry. And we are going to try and improve a little bit the situation of our dossiers in EleQta. And also we will spend the beginning of the afternoon discussing about the plot hypothesis and how we can well, improve it if necessary, but mostly look at the subplot hypothesis, which we have not formulated yet, and try to build up a few of these. And if he manages to, I hope he will, Remy will join us around 2 p.m. To Kenya time to discuss these hypotheses with us and validate them if everything is okay. So we might actually start our work with the dossier part of EleQta. I think that there are some parts that need to be taken care of rapidly. Yesterday, I mentioned, but then I don't know because I forgot to repeat it at the end, that I was going to ask you to prepare short lists of dossiers for a few actors. We namely highlighted the problem of social groups which are not yet very well represented in the EleQta dossier list. I think that this part is the thing that is most, let's say, absent in the dossier list, but it's also the one that is not the most urgent to fix, because we actually will use these groups only in ways which do not imply that today's exercises will make them necessary. So I would rather maybe rapidly look with you at the political parties in the platform to make sure that they're all there, the important ones. And we might communicate later about the lobbies and ethnic groups and etc., what we mentioned yesterday. Unless, Tindy, you have managed to prepare your list already, and in that case I could take advantage of it and import it directly into the dossiers. Did you manage to? Yes.
Also, I have a list of them. Actually was picking up their descriptions from the website. I have them in the tabs already, so it's just something of just uploading as we do.
Okay,
but I have a short list, yeah.
All right. Well, what we can do then is maybe I will let you enter the dossiers for these groups and lobbies, You will have to pay attention before you enter each one of them. You should make a search within the dossiers that already exist to make sure that they do not exist already. What we can do, I think we have 0 dossiers for groups. Let me just double check this. So I think that if that is the case, you can just go ahead without a problem. Meanwhile, I could work with Jacqueline, Dixon, and Susan to check out the parties, the political parties' dossiers, and just verify whether they're all there. I would also like to add the acronym next to the name of the party, so that when one performs a search, it will be easier for him to actually find what he needs to find without thinking that the dossier doesn't exist and creating a new one. So let me see a little bit. Yeah, the only dossiers that we have for groups are ethnic groups. So that is something I would maybe ask you to wait a little bit before entering. But you were working mostly on interest groups, so you
Yeah.
can go ahead with that, Tindi.
Okay.
I will let you do it, and then we will look at them rapidly. You don't have to insert so many details. It doesn't really matter. I would suggest that you only enter the name by always keeping in mind that the more important keywords you insert in the name, the easier it's going to be for people to find them. So, well, if there's different ways of calling a group, such as I don't know, I'm not really sure that this is going to be a problem, but if in case you can think of different ways of calling the group, like industrialist, industry owners, I think it's not going to be a big problem, but try to keep this in mind and use both that you fill in the name field. You have to obviously decide the type and the subtype accordingly, and then all I would do is really enter a short description for each one of them, like what they mean, you know, just in a very brief way. You don't necessarily need to insert any more details. But there's one thing I want to remind you, which is that we have a distinction between the social group and the organization that might represent it, such as a lobby, for example. So in case some of these groups are represented by lobbies, you should create a different dossier for the lobby. You were mentioning earlier that you're getting information from websites. So I guess that some of these lobbies or organizations have websites, and that's where you're picking your information from. So for these actors, you have to create a separate dossier as an organization, and then within the subtype, there is a subtype that is called lobby, which you should use for these actors. You can also, and I encourage you to do it, create a relation between the dossier of the organization, such as the landowners lobby, and the landowners as a social group. I think, to be honest with you, I think that we will hardly ever need to refer to the landowners as a social group. Social group are basically used in EleQta to create relations between people you interview and the identities that they manifest or they declare. So I'm not sure you will interview any landowners. But anyway, you can create it, and it's better to have a dossier that's not being used than to not have a dossier that we need. So try to, I mean, same thing, like, for example, for the industrialists, I'm not sure, they surely have a lobby. I'm not sure that we will ever use the dossier industrialist as a social group for the work that we'll have to do. But anyway, you can create it. Just, in other cases, for example, farmers, for example, who are also maybe, united in some sort of lobby or union, will more probably be also have to be referred to as a social group in the work we do. So voila, here's more or less a few guidelines for you. I'll leave you to it now, and I will ask. Yeah, I think it's going to be Jacqueline. So she's the only one who is not a veteran beside Tindy, who already has a task to do. So I would ask her to share her screen with us, and we'll go look at these political parties dossiers with her and make sure that they're all there. And if someone's missing, we will add it, and we will also look at the ones who are there to make sure that the acronyms are properly mentioned in the name of the dossier. Is it okay? Okay, great. Sorry about this. I guess, Jacqueline, you're doing this autonomously, are you? Or do you want to share the screen with us? Uh, I can't hear anything from you guys. In case you're saying something. Are you there, guys?
We're still here.
Okay. Yeah, Tindy, yes. But Jacqueline and Susan, are you doing the political parties yourselves?
Yeah, yeah. We're here.
Ah,
Mm.
okay, sorry. I
The thing is, we are using one speaker, so it will avoid
yes,
distortion.
yes, of course, you'll have echo otherwise. You decide, Susan, if you want to do it yourselves, you go ahead. If you want to share your screen with me for this political party part, you can also do it like that. You decide what you think is best. It's pretty easy. As I told you, you just have to check that the main ones are all there. There is still, Jubilee, NASA. I don't think they are still active, but do not delete any dossiers yet, because we just will not use them. But they have been used in the past elections, so we should not delete them. You should just edit uh, all the dossiers for the political party that are still active in this election by just adding the acronym after the name in the name field. Okay. and Dixon and I will just have a chat. Meanwhile, I guess. What can we do otherwise? We can. Well, I'll share my screen with you, Dixon, so we can just rapidly go through maybe the other dossiers and check out if there's any major problem while the others are doing their part of the work. So Jacqueline, Tindy, and Susan, you don't need to look at what we're doing. You can also cut the sound if it disturbs you, and just show up once you're done with your work. Wait, I'm gonna do like this. Maybe Dixon, you and I, we could look a little bit at the ethnic groups. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. No, but Tindy, you like Susan and Jacqueline, you don't just ignore what I'm doing with Dixon. I'm gonna do a little checkup of the ethnic groups with him while you work on the social groups and on the lobbies, and while Jacqueline and Susan are taking care of the political parties. Okay, so you just nobody should touch the ethnic groups that you will see, and voila, just do your part. You can also cut, as I mentioned, you can cut the sound because I will be talking to Dixon. So if this disturbs you, you just turn off your speaker for now, and then once you're done, you let us know. Okay. So Dixon, do you see my screen? Okay. Right. So look, I have a few ethnic groups in here. I'm going to just refine my search here so we can see them all and no one else. This is a weird thing, identity. I don't know why it's here. I think this should go. I will just make a note. And also tribes. Tribes are, I don't know what tribes means. So I will also possibly delete this. I think it's quite recent. So I'll get rid of them. So we have the Luo, we have the Kamba, we have the Luya, we have the Ameru, we have the Kikuyu. I see the Kalenjin are missing, for example, unless they fall into one of these names. No, I guess it's not the case. Sorry, Dixon, you need to bring the microphone closer to your mouth because I can't hear you otherwise.
Sorry, I was saying.
Yes.
Kalenjin should be on its own.
Okay.
Yeah, and then within the Kalenjin, there are sub-tribes under Kalenjin.
All right. Okay. We can add them too if you think it's necessary. As I said, it's better to have an extra dossier than not. So we're gonna select the group here. It's an ethnic group. Kalenjin. Did I spell this right? Kalenjin.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And is there any other name that they're known with?
Because you see now, that is the general term. And then within the Kalenjin, we have the Kipsigis, the Nandi.
Subdivisions, yes. But for those we will create separate dossiers.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right. And how would you describe them briefly in a few words? maybe by mentioning where they are concentrated geographically, for example.
Yeah, spread out. You can write. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I hear you.
So with a brief Google search, the Kalenjin are a group of southern Nilotic tribes descending from Ethiopia.
Ah, all right.
Yeah. You can just check
Of
the
southern, what was the other word? The southern, and then
minutes.
Nilotic.
Nilotic.
Yeah,
The
southern
Nile.
Nilotic tribes.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Descending from Ethiopia.
Yes, and then you can write.
Nilotic as
Uh,
began.
yeah, and then you can add the
Okay.
they are indigenous to North and East Africa,
Okay.
residing mainly in what was formerly the Rift Valley province in Kenya. And Western slopes.
Okay.
And
You know what I'll do? I'll just add this information about where they live here in geographical pertinence. Residing mainly what was formerly the Rift Valley province in Kenya. Yes, and
western slopes of Mount Elgon in Uganda.
Mount. Sorry, how do you spell it?
Mount Elgon,
Yes.
L
Yes.
G-O-N.
G-O-N. Okay.
Yes.
Uganda.
In Uganda. Yes.
Okay.
And then a bit of correction on the description statement. After the word descending.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
Thanks.
descending and then descending from the Maliri people.
Yeah. Maliri.
Maliri.
M-A-L. Yes.
I-R-I.
Maliri. Okay.
Maliri, yes, in Ethiopia.
I see. Okay. That's interesting.
Pardon?
No, I'm just saying it's pretty interesting to learn that they have original links with Ethiopia. Okay, that's good. So for now, we're good like this. I am going to create this dossier. And before we go to the Kalenjin subgroups, do you see any other important ethnic group that is missing here? Kikuyu are there, the Luo are here, the Kalenjin are now also here. So I don't know of any other big ethnic group in Kenya, but you might know.
Yes, there are actually. Like the Maasai.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, because currently the political elites are really going to Narok, trying to get votes from the Maasai.
Okay. Interesting. So Maasai, I guess it's spelled like this. How can we briefly describe them? Do you wanna check on Google too, or?
Yeah. So the Maasai, they are a Nilotic ethnic group inhabiting northern ethnic group inhabiting northern, central, central and southern Kenya and northern Tanzania. Southern Kenya and northern Tanzania.
Okay, Tanzania with a big T. All right. Yeah, well, it's okay. This is geographical information that we will just, it doesn't mean it. It's okay. So this fits, this is a fitting description, it's gonna be fine. Just out of curiosity, Dixon, how precise are these ethnic distinctions? I mean, does every Kenyan feel like he belongs to just one of these groups? Or as in many other cases, do people usually have, a certain mixture in them where everybody is a little bit of a Masai and maybe Kalenjin too? How does it exactly work for people? I mean, in people's perception.
So, for okay, recently, okay, in the modern times, there has been a lot of intermarriages. So, so due to these intermarriages, they've happened mainly in urban areas, but in the rural areas, we find people are, of pure descendants.
Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me clearly?
Like, excuse me if it's not indiscreet, but for example, how would you present yourself in these terms?
Because for me, I can say I am a pure Nandi.
Okay.
Because my mom is a Nandi and my father is a Nandi. So I can
Okay, so and
identify.
Nandi is part of the Kalenjin also.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
So
Okay, so you
there's
have a very, let's say, specific ethnic belonging. Yes, I understand. Okay.
yes. Because another thing I wanted to raise with you, especially concerning the Kalenjin, the political sphere that is happening right now, it's because of the geographical disposition. In that, for example, Nandi County is full of Nandi, right?
Yes.
And then when you go to a place like Kericho, you find the Kipsigis.
Okay. Which is
Then when
another
you go,
subdivision, yes.
yeah,
For the
it's another subdivision of the Kalenjin. And when you go to Eldoret, to West Pokot, you find the Pokots.
Okay.
So the aspect of ethnicity plays a huge role in that many Kipsigis in Kericho feel like Ruto, who is apparently a Kipsigis, is not really working for them. And when it comes to Nandi, he wants to identify as a Nandi. So,
Yes.
so there's a very thin line in really understanding the ethnicity that goes around in politics. Because like yesterday, I was checking Twitter, and the Kipsigis were trending. They were trending just because someone mentioned, some aspirants mentioned that Kipsigis should be removed from the Mau forest. And if you keep it in mind, the Mau forest used to belong to the Mau Mau, the Kikuyu in a sense. So by talking with the derogatory remarks, the Kipsigis felt like they are being isolated to be chased away. And the aspirant was for the Azimio team. So it really brings a huge boundary. It's a fact actually in this year's elections. The ethnicity really plays a big role.
Yeah, thanks, Dixon. This is very interesting. When you say that Ruto is apparently a Gipsy, do you mean that this is not entirely clear in what he says, or is it just that? I mean, did he say so? Do people know? Does he show this identity a lot or not?
So with the what people are saying on the ground is his history, the parents. You get because there was a governor who was defeated in 2017,
Mhm.
and he is called Isaac Ruto.
Yes.
So people on the ground are saying Isaac Ruto is a true Kalenjin, a true Nandi, and Ruto on the other side is a Kipsigis.
I
So
see. I see. Mm.
though all these information are subject to verification, which I can research more, especially on Ruto and the guys in Kericho.
Yes. Yes. I understand,
Because
Dixon. Yeah.
Okay.
No, go ahead, please.
um, so in terms of the political divisions, Kericho was seen more as Azimio oriented.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you. Yes, yes.
So I was saying many of the aspirants in Kericho were pro Azimio. They were for Azimio, the Azimio group. So the opponents now in Azimio could use the Kipsigis in Kericho to really talk down a guy like Ruto, because they are
I
now
see.
saying they are bringing, I would term it as divisive politics, in that they're using our fellow Kalenjin people to talk negatively against the other Kalenjin groups,
Okay.
because
Yeah.
the narrative they're trying to push is that the Kipsigis are liberated, in that they can make their own decisions and not have leaders imposed on them by the UDA fraternity. And then they are saying now the Nandis in this side of Nandi, they follow leaders blindly. So you can see there's a bit of divisive politics at play.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you another question about about these different groups. Like I guess that subdivisions, for example, of the Kalenjin, like the Nandi, the Gipsy King, they have like leaders
Yes.
recognized. What about the Kalenjin as a broader group? Does that broader group have a leader of some sort?
No, we don't have a central leader for all the subgroups. So
Okay.
each group has its own leaders. Like for us, the Nandi, we had Koitalel, from the ancient times.
Mhm.
So each subgroup has its own leaders.
Yes, but not
We don't.
necessarily the bigger groups.
No.
And what about the Luo, for example, or the Kikuyu? Do they have central leaders or not even them?
Yeah, yes they do.
And also
They
the
do.
Masai, I think. Do they? Because I've heard of
Yes.
Masai. Yes. Okay,
Yes, the
okay.
Maasais do. Yeah.
I see, I see. No, sorry, this is I'm studying similar patterns in Congo Brazzaville, and it's very interesting to understand the history of this
Yeah.
of ethnicity in a way. And it's the more I deepen the thing, the more I realize that there's a lot in common also in the way, with the way people perceive themselves in Europe, where we have this, national belonging, which is obviously in most cases, not in all cases, but in most cases, older than national belongings in Africa because of the states exist since earlier. But in some cases, and particularly the Italian one, Italy was unified and created as a nation at the end of the 19th century, so in the 1880s. So before that, everyone was rather belonging to, a region or even a city. Um, it's it's not like that we have names for these groups that are different from the names of the regions and the cities, but the identity is very similar to what happens, in Africa in a way, because we have regions and then even little cities who have their own identities, and they kept it until very lately, and in many cases it still exists today. Where I come from, where I grew up is the region of Tuscany, where, Tuscans consider themselves all Tuscans in a way, like you could consider yourself a Kalenjin, but then ultimately it's about the city. It's about, and then each city has also its own countryside next to it, etc. But there's people from Florence, people from Pisa, people from Livorno, people from Siena, and these cities have been fighting each other for a long time, and it's still, part of the local culture to not have a very good opinion of your neighbors in many ways, and now in most cases it turns to, jokes and making fun of them in different ways. But it all descends from things that have historical depth, and also were important factors long ago. And the other aspect, which is really interesting, is that there is a certain amount of fluidity in all this, that well, people basically move around, and they have not just started moving around since in modern times. We have a lot of information, and now the ethnologists, etc., they are finding more and more instances of, like, for example, uh, we see the Kalenjin, they come, well, they have origins in Ethiopia. So, there is a history of migrations and people moving around Africa. The whole Bantu populations, it turns out they call them Nilotic because they come from the Nile area, and they spread, well, to Kenya, which is not that far away, but then they also went all the way to Southern Africa and also to Congo. And so it is a history where people have been, moving around, crossbreeding with each other, and also adopting ethnic labels for reasons that were not necessarily always genetic, but also of convenience or function in society. I don't know, in full European, folklore, etc., the Masai are hunters, for example. So it is likely that throughout history, somebody rejoined that group because for different reasons decided to become a hunter, and then at one point he was also labeled himself as a Masai. Then, this is very variable. It's subject to the fact that some of these groups are very jealous of their identity, and it's not easy to break in, let's say. But another important point is that it is the colonial rule that has actually frozen these ethnic identities to a level that was unprecedented, and this was functional to the colonial rule, because the colonial rulers needed to distinguish between groups of people and also create a certain amount of divisions within the societies they had to rule, because as it is well known, it is easier to rule over somebody who is divided rather than united against you. So well, anyway, I'm just chatting a little bit with you about these
Yeah.
ideas of ethnicity, and it as you said, it's a trap. It's a what we call in Italian un'arma a doppio taglio. It's a weapon that cuts on two sides, because it can be used in politics to create consensus, to rally voters, but it can also be used against you, like the examples you were making about Ruto and also casting doubt about his belonging on one side or the other. So it's very interesting to look at these things, and also by a little bit by keeping into account that at least a lot in Francophone countries, I know there has been a very strong debate about how far these ideas of ethnicity should be considered in the new African societies. Some especially in the period of the Cold War, where some countries were ruled by socialist regimes or parties. There was a strong movement who would just say we have to stop looking at ethnicity, because it's divisive and it's not helping us. And there was a very strong attempt to repress everything that was connected to ethnicity, including the leaders of these groups, who often have their own royal courts, their own institutions, their own way of functioning. So on one and it's always very controversial, because some people say these things should be forgotten. There's a lot of intellectuals from the past generations who are possibly grew up in these socialist contexts, that would still uphold the fact that we have to forget about these guys, these leaders. They just mess things up and makes everything more complicated. It creates divisions, etc. But then there are others who, especially looking at the national leaders that have emerged in most African countries, which are unfortunately in many of the places that we look at, they're not really the best. They're not really doing a very good job. And whereas these traditional leaders, in many cases, they have tried to represent claims that are not just locally oriented, etc. But these traditional leaders, in some cases, have played the role of good leaders and have gone to see the president, etc., to ask him to do something more for the people, and not just their people, but the people in general. And so in some cases they unite in conferences, etc., and they represent something that can also be regarded as something good for African politics. So it's this is all very controversial and very complex, and it is important to keep these things in mind when we work with these identities. So well, I'll just stop there because I'm talking too much. But Dixon, tell me, so we added the Maasai. Do you think there's any other major, why don't I see the Maasai? Do you think there's any other major ethnic group that we missed?
Yes, I guess the
Sorry?
Somali.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm saying there's another group, the Somali people.
Somali people.
Kenya.
Okay, okay. Let's add that too. Why Somali? Are they from Somalia?
There are Somalis who have been living in Kenya for a while.
All right, okay.
Yes.
So I will describe them as
Sure, very important. They're
people
very
No.
in Somalia who are residing in Kenya, who have been residing in Kenya for a long time. Like,
Actually, Pietro,
yes,
it would be misrepresentation to call them Somalis residing in Kenya,
okay.
because what separates them from the Somalians from the Somalis in Somalia is the administrative border put by the colonial government. Otherwise, it was one region.
Ah, okay. So
Yeah,
they
so
are originally part of Kenya, let's say.
they would see themselves as indigenous.
Yes.
Yeah, they had attempted. There was an attempt in early '60s for secession.
Ah, okay.
From the northern frontier district tribes, Somali being the largest of them.
Mhm.
So that they can join what they see themselves as what they call the nationalist Somalis. They want to join also from the Ogaden region of Ethiopia and the northern frontier districts of Kenya and Djibouti.
I see. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that
thanks. So I would just say ethnic group based in the northern frontier region.
yeah.
I see. Thanks. This is also very close to what we're seeing with the Congo people in Congo, the Bakongo
Yeah.
were divided among, well, three countries at least, because Angola, the DRC, and Congo Brazzaville are all inhabited by Bakongo. So, and Remy is one of them, by the way, our boss. So, okay, that's good. We will also now switch to a few of these subdivisions of the Kalenjin, at least, which I think will be of interest of us because of where Dixon is working. And then obviously, as I said, when we go on with the work, we can add more dossiers. So if any other ethnic group or other actor shows up, you should just keep on adding. Always being careful that there does not already exist a dossier for that actor, because we want to avoid double dossiers. So Dixon, who would you start with these subdivisions of the Kalenjin or the Nandi, I guess? Sorry, Dixon, I can't hear you.
I'm saying we can start with the Nandi people.
Right. Do you have a quick description for them?
I'm searching on Google, but my net is slow.
Oh, come on, it's your group. You don't need Google for that.
Yeah. No, I just needed some, little bit information.
Okay.
So you can say the Nandi are people who inhabit western part of the highlands of Kenya. We occupy the western part of the highlands of Kenya.
Highlands of Kenya. I would also specify that they are parts of the Kalenjin.
Yes.
After I correct my mistakes here. Western part of the highlands of Kenya.
You can also add
Yes.
before the word people, you can remove the word people,
Yes.
and you can write an Nilotic tribe.
All right.
Yes.
Tribe that inhabits
Who inhabits? Yeah.
the river and is part of the Kalenjin
Yeah.
group. Okay, so what I'll do now is I will also create a relation between this dossier and the Kalenjin dossier.
Yeah.
So EleQta also knows that that the Nandi are uh, part of the Kalenjin. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. So when a relation exists between two dossiers, it means that the data pertaining to connected to one of them will also be connected to the other one. So in this case, it doesn't really matter which one you choose among these two to indicate an identity. It is obviously better to, if you interview someone who is part of the Nandi, you should rather choose the Nandi dossier because it exists and it is more specific. But then EleQta will also know that anyway, he is also part of the Kalenjin. Because I have created this relation between the dossiers. So then who's next? I'm sorry, Dixon. If you don't,
Yeah,
if you don't,
Kipsigis,
yeah,
sorry.
don't worry. Sorry, what did you say? Ah, the Kipsigis. How would
Yeah,
you spell?
Kipsigis. K-I-P
Yes, yes,
S-I
yeah,
G
yeah.
I-S.
Kipsigis. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
These are also part of the
Yeah.
Kalenjin.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they are Nilotic too, and
Yes.
and they live and do they live also on the highlands, I guess.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yes.
Part of the Kalenjin group. So as we did for the Nandi, I will also relate them to the Kalenjin. There you go. Okay, and I will create this to C2.
Also, you can, okay.
Yes, who's next?
I wanted to add a little bit of the information for Kipsigis.
Ah, all right, okay. Hang on. Let me go back to the dossier. Okay, what do you want to say?
So I have information on the demographics of the Kipsigis. So
Okay,
you can also add, they inhabit the highlands of Kericho from Timboroa to Mara River.
the highlands of, wait a second, because
Highlands
the
of Kericho,
Karish, how do you
Highlands
spell that?
K-E,
Yes.
no, not K-I, K-E.
Ah, KE, sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
Kericho.
R-I-C
Yes,
H-O.
HO. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
From Timboroa, T-I,
Moroa,
eh,
like this.
Yeah, to Mara River.
To Mara, M-A-R-A.
No, Timboroa, T-I-M and then B. There's a B between M and O.
All right. Yes.
Yeah,
Timboroa.
Timbo. Yes.
Yes.
To
To
Mara River. Mara,
M-A-R-A
yeah, river.
river. Okay.
In the south, in the south, comma.
Yes.
The west from Mao escarpments.
Sorry, Dave.
The west,
The west.
yeah. The west from Mao escarpments.
Escarpment. Yes.
Yeah. To Kebeneti. To
Cabernet.
T, yeah, T-I.
T-I. Okay.
And then full stop. They also live in parts of EleQta.
That I know.
In EleQta.
I was staying
Kitale.
in Laikipia Road. Yes.
Oh yeah. EleQta, comma, Kitale.
Kitali with a K.
Yeah, Kitale.
Kitale and the E in the end.
Yeah, comma, Nakuru.
Yes.
Narok.
Mhm. Sorry, what's Naro?
Yeah, Narok. N-A.
N-A-R.
Okay, yeah. Eldoret and Nandi Hills.
And Nandi Hills.
And Nandi Hills.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, great. Anything else? We're good.
No.
See, as I said, we enter some basic information in the dossiers, and then the scope of EleQta is not really to provide information about the KIPCDS or etc. We encourage, the more information you have in EleQta, the better. But people will be able to find information about them from other sources, and we're actually using these dossiers rather as links between that. So that's it. Any other subgroup within the Kalenjin you want to mention?
Tugen.
Yes.
Tugen. Tugen.
You need to spell that for me.
T-U.
Yes.
G-E. G-E, not I. E.
Sorry. Yes, I always get that wrong.
And then
Sorry.
N.
N like Nicholas or N.
Yeah, N like that. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So these are also
Nilotic community.
part of the Kalenjin
Yeah.
group. Okay.
They speak.
Yes.
They speak Tugen language.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
What about the other, like the Nandi don't have their own language? The other Kalenjin share a common language?
No. The Nandi, we speak Nandi. Tugen, they speak Tugen.
Right.
Kipsigis speak Kipsigis.
Okay, so everybody has their own language. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And then you can correct after on the sentence part of the Kalenjin. You write the Kalenjin.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Hang on, let me go back to that. This, I also forgot to create the relation.
And on the Kalenjin.
And here.
And then on that part of history and other information, I think it's important to note that some of the non-Tugen personalities are the former presidents. Daniel Toroitich, he was a Tugen. Yeah, the way Uhuru is a Kikuyu, Ruto is a Nandi stroke Kipsigis. The former late president was a Tugen.
What's his name?
Yeah.
What is the name? What is the name?
Daniel. Daniel Toroitich. Toro. Teach. Arap
also.
Arap Moi.
Yes. We have a dossier for this guy. So we can create a relation.
Yes.
There it is.
And also because there's another Tugen who is very prominent in the Kenyan history.
Okay.
That is Paul Tergat. You can write after Moi.
Yes, but hang on, let me see if we have a dossier for him.
Yeah, okay.
How you spell Paul?
Paul
Muite. No, I don't think we have a dossier for him.
We don't have.
Who is this guy?
No, he's the 800 meters world champion.
Yeah. Yes. To get like this.
No, Tergats.
No, sorry. Yes.
TE.
Like this. Tergas.
No, T at the last, not S.
Tergas.
Tergat. Yeah, who is the? You can add who is the 800 meter world champion.
Yeah, I see why we don't have a dossier for him in EleQta. Yeah. Okay, great. All right, and you see, for Arap Moi, I found a dossier, so I have created a relation between the ethnic group and the person, and I wrote that he's a member, and that's it.
Okay.
We can also rapidly check, for example, if there is a relationship between Kenyatta is a Kikuyu, so let's see. Kenyan most numerous. Is that true? Yeah, I see they're all there. That's good. He is also a member. Do you know what this GEMA is?
GEMA.
Gemma.
What is that?
It's an association. It's actually an acronym meaning Gikuyu Embu Meru Association, but later they added the Akamba join. It's an association that was formed in the 70s, 60s with Kenyatta.
Okay.
Yeah, so that they can group those 4 Bantu tribes that live around Mount Kenya to have to show up their numbers. The way Kalenjin also, the Kalenjin is also a very recent grouping as Kalenjins. They were separately, but then they were formed together to form numbers and census. Politics is a game.
Yes, okay, of course. I see. And Gemma is with the GE.
Yeah, GEMA, yeah.
Okay. All right, good. So that's very good. Somebody, Susan, possibly, or Dixon, you did a good job the last time. We have a good dossier for the Kikuyu with all the relations we need. So that's good. Okay. Odinga is a Luo, or am I wrong?
Yeah, Odinga is a Luo.
Let me just check if there's a relation between him and his group. No, it doesn't seem so. So we're gonna add him. Voilà. Okay.
Interesting fact about Odinga.
Mhm.
You don't have to write this, but you'll find it interesting. He has matriarchal lineages to the Luya.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
so he actually normally uses that when he campaigns in Western Kenya, where it's predominantly Luya.
I see.
Yeah, he's like he also uses the fact that he's the great grandson of Nabongo Mumia, who was
Okay.
the only monarchy that was there in Kenya of the Mumia people.
I see. I see. Member on the matrilinear side. Matrilinear. Why doesn't he like this? Well, it doesn't matter. And these are the two. They must be just members, I think. I just added this briefly by creating a relation between the Luya and Odinga by saying that he is a member on the matrilinear side. I don't think there's enough room here to say that descends from the monarchs. Maybe it's going to be good. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Great. So we have added all this information also to EleQta. Okay. Dixon, do you think we miss anything else important in terms of ethnic groups?
Yes, we need to
Okay.
add the Kenya people.
Okay.
Yeah, Kenya are,
Watch out, Dixon. I can't hear you. Sorry.
I'm saying we need to add another sub-tribe, the Keyo.
Okay.
Yes.
It's K-E
I,
I
Y,
Y.
O.
Okay. Keyo.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Are we sure that we don't already
And
have? Let me just
I
check
don't.
because
Yeah,
they
just check.
ring it out. Okay. Sorry, I was just double checking because they kind of rang a bell. Okay. So, and they are also part of the Kalenjin?
Yes. And then on the acronyms and other names,
Yes.
you can write EleQta.
Okay.
Like you can E
E-L.
G
Yes. Yes.
E Y O. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will put this
Yeah.
also in the name.
Yeah.
Just because somebody who might search for El Gallo will not find them if El Gallo is not in the name. So
Yeah.
in some cases where there's two names or like real ambiguity in the name, it's good to add it also to the full name field, like we did with the acronyms for the political parties. And this is just because when a researcher is trying to find a dossier in the list and he types the acronym or he types El Gallo, if El Gallo is not in the full name field, the system will not show it to him while he does the search, and the chances are that he will create another dossier for this actor where there's already one. So they're also part of the Kalenjin group. Is there anything else you want to say about them?
Part of the Kalenjin group of Nilotic origin.
Okay.
Of Nilotic origin.
All right.
Yeah, it's important to note. Also, it's important to note that they live near Eldoret.
Okay.
Because the majority are really found near Eldoret.
And how do you spell Lorex? L
No, E
E. Okay.
L L
Yes.
D O
Ah, I
RET.
got it. Yes. Yes. Sorry, I just have trouble connecting letters to words sometimes. Loretta, I know.
And then for
I
the
don't know.
okay,
Go ahead, I'm listening.
for the geographical data, you can
Yes.
add they originally settled at the foot of Elgeyo escarpment. At the foot of Elgeyo escarpment, yes, in Marakwet County.
In MAR,
A
yes.
KW ET.
ET, okay, Marakwet.
ET.
Okay.
Yeah.
It originally settled at the foot of Elgeyo, originally. Elgeyo escarpment in Marakwet, okay. And
Yes.
they are part of the Kalenjin, and it is here too. Great. Okay. That's also there. Perfect. Anyone else, Dixon? What do you think?
The Pokots. Is there a dossier for Pokots?
Okay. I don't know. Wait, let me check. How do you spell it? POK? I don't think so.
KOT.
No, I don't think so. So let's create it. Group, ethnic group, POKOT. Is that it? Pokot? Did I spell it right? Dixon, is it spelled correctly? Pokot?
Yes. Yeah, it's
Okay.
correctly spelled.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Also part of the Kalenjin. Okay.
And then you can add they speak the Pokots language. And now for the Pokot language, on the word Pokot,
Mhm.
it's PO.
Yes.
Go to the word Pokot and
Yes.
before Pokot language, yeah. So it's POO.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, PO. No. It's
No.
POKOO.
Okay. And T.
Yes.
So I guess here
Pokot,
too.
like that. No.
Also in the name. I know.
The name is Pokot as it is, and then the language is now Pokot.
Two O's. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So Kalenjin. Okay, and now just try it again. Like this. And it's done.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we good? What do you think?
Yes, I guess those are the main ones.
Sorry, Dixon, I can't hear what you say. Sorry.
I'm saying, I guess those are the main Kalenjin groups
Okay.
that are key in this electioneering period.
Okay, great. Let's stick to
Because-
these for now, and then if you or somebody else finds other groups or well, groups, I guess the big groups are all there, but if anybody finds any other subgroup that plays a relevant role, you can just create a new dossier, okay? And what about the others? Tindy, Jacqueline, Susan, are you done with your part?
Yeah, we are done with the part.
Okay, great, perfect. Let me rapidly check on what you have done, not out of mistrust, but just to make sure. Forum for Democracy. Okay, this is a parties, everything's good. As you can see, I didn't mention this to you earlier. You all see my screen, do you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, there's a little menu up here on the top left screen, on the top left of these list pages, which can be the dossier list, the data entry list, and it allows you to actually extend the size of your list to more elements. By default, it's 10, but you can go up to 100. So if you want to see more elements, you just need to change that value. Okay, yeah, I think wow, there's a lot of parties. You did a very thorough job. Okay, and here we go back to the ones we added together. All right. Well, I think we're good with the dossiers for now. So we will pass to phase 2 of our morning exercise. I think since we are all pretty fresh, relatively speaking, I might suggest that we start with looking at one of those interviews. If you, I don't remember, it was Dixon and Tindy also proposed to bring out some audio recordings of interviews that you have held recently. I would like to, if you think that these interviews are relevant for our work, we can already really add them into the platform as official interviews. Do you think this is the case, Tindy and Dixon?
Yeah, because I had a very short conversation with a guy
Mm-hmm.
who I just asked him his name and where he's from, and the political affiliation that he supports,
Okay.
and why he chose to switch sides, because in 2017 he was on Ruto's camp at that time,
Okay.
but at this time he has chosen Wajakoya. So,
Ah,
and he's
okay.
speaking in it's in vernacular. So,
All right.
and then
Yeah, let's try.
also
Yep.
and then
Please go
also
ahead.
for there was a factor of age, like I said. Like for Nandi Hills, we have the youngest MCA nominated. I think he's 23 years old. So
Mhm.
I also asked him why he thinks people chose the guy, the young man.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
very interesting. It's a very short conversation. I don't think it's even a minute long, but we can use it for practice, I think.
Yeah, it's perfect. Okay. Okay. Let's do that. Um,
Maybe I can post it on the group because I have the conversation on my phone and not on
yes.
my computer.
Yes. Let's do that. And then we'll see. It would be nice if we could enter it with your user, but we'll see if we can manage. If your connection is good enough. If I was in Kenya, I wouldn't be sick, I'm sure. This is some kind of COVID related flu.
But it's summer there.
Yes, it's super warm, but there's been a new wave in COVID, and my personal opinion is that it doesn't COVID was hardly a real sickness anyway, and it's really confused with all types of flu. I mean, I had COVID twice, and it was a flu. There was nothing else for me. Then the old guys, some of them have real problems. They die. some old guys also that used to die from flu. So anyway, now we have all these flus who come out, and it doesn't show up on your test. You know, I have a little test at home I did yesterday. It's negative, but there must be a relation because it's not normal that I get a flu in June or July. It's 40 degrees outside Celsius, and anyway, so this was all a big. I had my vaccine too. I was hoping it would be COVID, so I would avoid getting another dose because they surely force us to make another dose in September. The vaccine didn't actually protect me. I think I was ill after the vaccine, like I was before. I don't know. I don't understand. I think we value our lives too much in the West. That's basically all what COVID is about. A few days ago, I was at a seminar organized by Remy, where he invited this lady who is from the DRC, and an anthropologist, and she follows the teams who intervene when there are Ebola outbreaks and in the DRC, and it was really thought-provoking to listen to her saying, we just went there, and then well, the father had Ebola and he died, and then the mother had Ebola, he died. The baby got Ebola, he died too, and then the brother also, he was lucky enough to stay alive, but then the brother's son got Ebola, he died, and you know, and that's what a real sickness is. But it was kind of, everybody was, well, there were lots of people from Gabon, from the DRC, so they knew about what it really means to be sick. But the white guys in the room, they were just like, okay, that's it kind of brings things into perspective. We've been all flipping, going crazy about this little flu thing where the problem is also we have a lot of old guys in Europe, and they were really scared because it was more harmful for old elderly people. We have also a lot of people who do not lead a healthy life in terms of what they eat, and that's the COVID was also particularly heavy on those people who are obese and have problems connected to their diet and what they eat. So and we spent 3 years really changing our lives radically because of these things. Not so much people my age, I mostly work at home. It's not so much a big deal. Well, no parties, no friends, very little. But kids were really affected heavily. They didn't go to school for months. They severed all sorts of social relationships at an age where it's important to see others. And my son is 12 years old, so he's still young, but thinking about adolescents, teenagers, it must have affected them very deeply. And in my opinion, the consequences of this are heavier than any death toll we might have paid for the sickness itself. So anyway, here we are, sort of coming out of all this, but then late in the past few days in France, apparently there's been a surge in COVID cases. People hardly die anymore, I think, because those who were weak already have died. And so it's just about having a lot of people testing positive. And then the economic consequences have been radical, not just in terms of recession or stuff like that, but also how things have changed. And some people have really made a lot of money since pandemics is there, because habits have changed. We buy stuff online, we don't go to shops anymore, and lots of shops and restaurants are closed. And so again, the big problem in our countries is the distribution of wealth, not just in Europe, I think in Africa too. And this whole pandemic has aggravated the problem, because obviously those who had enough money to invest it in online sales platforms, etc., they have increased their wealth significantly, whereas smaller businesses have died. So this is basically what this all is about. And I am also inclined to think that when they try to keep this alarm about COVID alive, there's a lot of pressure from these people who actually are making money out of what is going on, to keep the emergency nice and and strong, so things keep on going the way they are going on. I hope in Kenya it was not that severe. Was it?
The COVID-19 in Kenya was severe. I'll not downplay it as not being severe, because I also have close family members who I lost during that time. Yeah, so it was very severe.
I see. Okay. Yeah. And right now you don't have to like wear masks, or how is it in terms of security measures for that?
There was a new directive by the Ministry of Health that people ought to wear masks in confined spaces, in buildings like shops, hotels. But it's not as stringent or measure as the onset of the COVID-19. Right now,
It's
the
not
measures are
compulsory.
not.
It's just a suggestion, let's say.
Yeah, they have not really compelled people to wear masks like they did a few months ago.
Yes, exactly. It's the same here. Although they're rethinking a little bit. Yeah, yes, this is. Yeah, I also lost people I knew to the pandemics, and not only old ones, mostly old ones, but not just. And yeah, it's when I was my intention was not to obviously to downplay the severity of the illness or the consequences. It was also to to try to put it in a relative perspective, where we I don't know, we tend to forget how easy it is to to get ill and even die sometimes, and that's a very Western thing, because in Africa, well, maybe not so much in Kenya, but in Central Africa, where I mostly work, etc., it is really part of everyday life to lose a relative or even a child to some form of illness, which in Europe you don't even hear about anymore, because it's being cured or disappeared. Anyway, sorry for this digression connected to my flu today. But let's go let's go on with our work. Did you manage to send the interview, Dixon?
Yes, I've posted it on the group.
Okay, great. Do you think that you have your connection is good enough to share your screen with us, and do the and create the interview?
Also, the thing is, I am using my phone for the meeting.
Ah, okay, for the connection.
I'm using,
Okay, forget about it. We'll just somebody else in the team will just take credit for your work, and will enter the
it's
interview
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
instead of you.
I don't mind.
I'm sorry
I
about
don't
that, but
mind.
there's no other way. Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. Um, so let's wait. Let me see if the group is the sound is there. Yes, we have it. Okay, good. So who wants to do this? Maybe Jacqueline. Do you feel like doing this while sharing your screen with us?
All right, let me try sharing again because earlier it had refused to share.
Ah, okay.
Let me
It
try.
doesn't matter. I was just thinking about you because you and Tindy are the last expert ones. But Tindy, you can maybe do it yourself. Tindy, you also have your own interview which we could do later. You decide. It doesn't really matter. The important thing is that you follow what we're doing.
It was actually Susan was supposed to do the interview. You had the interview.
Okay, Susan, go ahead.
I think so.
So I see. Yes, it's 1.5 minutes. It's just perfect for us.
Indra understand. So you were telling him, Susan one who has the other audio.
Okay.
But you
But you
suggested
still-
you two, since you never
One
uploaded
was,
an interview, you don't have to do it.
Okay.
Just share screen.
Peter, will you allow me to share the screen?
Do I have to allow you? Wait, yes. How do I? Because now I am the boss of the meeting. Let me see. How does it? Participants. Yes. So Timon more allowed to. Sorry, make.
Just stop sharing screen, and then I'll be able to do it. We can't do it at both at the same time. So if you stop
Yes.
sharing.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry. It's as easy as that. I was looking at your user and trying to understand if I had to give you any rights. And so go ahead. I stopped sharing. Let's see if it works now.
Okay.
So this means I probably also have access to the recordings now. We'll check it out when we have our lunch break. Guys, sorry, it's 11:20. Do you want to have a quick break before we do this? I know your screensaver. Do you want to get a quick cup of coffee before we do this?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Then can you tell
Then
me?
we resume.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, okay, good. 10 minutes break. I'll leave everything connected and be back in 10 minutes. Okay?
Thank you.
Less, I promise, and this time I won't be late. Sorry, guys, I'm back. I took a bit more time because I was speaking to Dominique, who very kindly not only found us the room, etc., but she also made her office available to us after we found out that we had to pay a quite substantial amount for the daily use of the room. So anyway, let's get to our interview data entry exercise. So we were saying that Susan was oh, it's Tindy. Okay, great. So but Tindy, you also said you also have interviews yourself, or not? Oh no, you were planning to do them. Sorry, I don't know if I don't have sound from you.
Turn on your mic, Cindy.
I turned off my mic. I was saying, as part of my first mission, I was planning to do an interview with around 3 or 4 people.
Okay.
Yeah, then
So it's just a plan. Okay. So
Yeah.
let's use Dixon's material to make a quick exercise. You will enter it in this test mission. Now Dixon will have to help us when we create the interview, because he will have to tell us more or less where it was done, and also give us some information if he has any about the person who was interviewed. So yes, go ahead, Tim. Yes. I'll just let you do it without saying anything, and I will let you interact with Dixon directly, and I'll just survey and see if there's anything that if you have doubts, you ask. And it's not a test, okay? It's just to understand how far I am clear when I explain stuff to people, which is probably very little. So ask if you have any questions.
Sure. So Dixon, the interview was recorded when? When is the interview recorded?
On 28th. 2 days ago.
2 days ago. You have a rough idea of the time?
It was about 5:30 in the evening.
So the location?
Pardon?
The location.
All in Nandi Hills, Mosine location. You can put Nandi Hills here. Nandi Hills, yeah.
Sorry, just sorry to interrupt. There is also the possibility, and it's something I forgot to tell you, but if you click on the map, you can move the blue pin wherever you want. So if you're looking for a specific place in Nandi Hills, now we don't have to do it now if there's no precise memory about where it was, but it can be, if you're looking for a precise place, you can start by searching maybe Nandi Hills or the name of the town, or even Kenya itself. And then you can narrow by zooming in, maybe even switch to satellite if you think that you need to see more details about the landscape and the buildings, etc. And then you can use your mouse or your finger on a mobile phone to place the pin somewhere, and that's going to be the exact location that is going to be registered by the system. So Dixon, if you recognize anything here in Nandi Hills, and you think that you may be able to pinpoint the location more clearly, try to give instructions to Tindy to do this. It's kind of weird to do this over the phone, etc. But we can make an attempt if you are.
Tindy, it's near the golf club. If you can zoom out, kidogo.
So I'm assuming this is the golf club.
There's the golf club. You see the houses where your casa is.
Yeah.
It's on the road, yeah.
Yeah.
So go top, yeah, Apple. Yes. That's the exact place because you are by the road. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great.
So the source?
Pardon?
The source of the information you're entering?
So
right here. Sorry, Dixon,
we-
go ahead.
the source would be him, right?
Yes, the source is the person you interviewed. So we want by default to keep this guy anonymous. So here we either invent a number or some kind of code for him, or we try to designate him by saying he's I don't know, but it can also be very delicate to
How about
designate him. Yeah, go ahead.
How about we use let's say for Nandi Hills we can put N/Hills and then a number so that if there's any interviews or any information from Nandi that we want to keep anonymous, we can always know that if it's N/Hills and then maybe 001, we can know that that is
Yes.
an interview that was done in Nandi Hills. If somebody else is in Nairobi, we can put Nairobi and a certain number.
Yes, it's a good idea. As I mentioned earlier, it is important that we somehow keep track of who is associated to what code, because the only scope of having this is if you interview somebody twice throughout the campaign, which is something that might happen. And it's also something that may be of interest to us, because one thing that we analyze is also how people's opinion evolve throughout the electoral period. So somewhere in Dixon's mind, well, now it's going to be a bit critical, but it doesn't matter, because Dixon won't be able to see this dossier, because this is going to be only for Tindy. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. But if Dixon was entering this interview, he should also somehow make a note, even just a mental note, that N Hills 001 is this guy, which he probably knows also, and maybe by name or something. So if you feel that you're unable to remember this kind of information, you should maybe have a little notebook or a piece of paper where you just note the code and some precise reference to the guy, which allows at least you to understand who it is. So the next time you go see this guy, interview him, you know what code he has in EleQta. Is this clear?
Yeah.
We're not doing it now because Dixon, you won't be able to see this guy's dossier anymore. It doesn't really matter. This is just a tiny interview. It's okay. So anyway, you have entered the name. Now you click on create dossier on the blue. Yeah. So now you should do the upload of the file if you can. Do you have WhatsApp on your computer also?
I already downloaded the video.
Okay, cool. So you should be able to upload it quite easily.
Yeah.
Provided it's not so big, but it shouldn't be. Dixon, I profit from this little upload time to ask you your name. You spell it with an X or with a CKS?
Oh, my official names are with a CK.
Okay. But then you use the X for common communication, let's say.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Just to know, it was just out of curiosity. you are CK on EleQta, but you are with an X on my contacts list. So
Do you have anything to say about the circumstance of the interview? Maybe
So this is a guy who I was going home, usually takes me on his boda boda. And then I was just curious to ask him about his thoughts on this election.
Okay.
So I wanted to know about his point of view as a border guy.
He was the driver. The boda is 3 wheels.
It's 2 wheels.
Two
The
wheels. The moto taxi. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Let me just use motor taxi.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You don't need. Well, yeah. People can, find it. Find it anyway. I was just asking out of curiosity. I also wrote that several times in Nairobi, but I didn't remember the word.
So that should suffice.
Yeah, that's
So,
okay. Okay,
if,
so
if you can,
so-
if you are all able to hear the audio, the first thing I asked him is because he was okay with him telling me his name, and I asked him like, what is the state of politics in Nandi Hills? So I was trying to follow up on how politics are going on in the ground here in Nandi Hills. And then he said that the elections they're okay. And then I asked him.
hang on, Dixon, because this is the next part. So you'll have to tell us all this, but let's first finish creating the interview, and then we should
Okay.
also rapidly go see the dossier that Tindy has just created for this guy to
Okay.
enter a little bit of information about him, including we know his job, at least one of his jobs, and there it is.
Editor.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
The first thing you have to change is the subtype, where it's not to be completed anymore, but it becomes an interviewee. No, the type remains the same.
Okay.
The interviewees fall into the my dossiers type because they're only yours as a user, as a researcher. But this guy, yes, he becomes an interviewee, so the classification is done. We know that one of his jobs is you keep mentioning him as a he, so I guess he was male, and he at least one of his jobs is the boda driver. Okay. Was he from Nandi Hills? Is he from Nandi Hills?
Nandi
You know?
Hills. And then you can put in like brackets because he told me where he's from.
Mhm.
You can Keteng, Ke. Yeah, Keteng.
Is that close to Nandi Hills? Is it part of the town or
Yeah. Keteng is very close to town. It's like a minute. It's
it's
within
like
the town.
a neighborhood almost? I mean,
Yeah.
okay, good, perfect. Any information about his education? I guess not, unless you asked him directly. Okay. Did he look young, old? Do you have an estimate about his age you can give us?
Around 34 years old, yeah. Because
Okay.
it's someone I've known for quite a while.
Which makes him born in
The
yeah, in yes, great. Okay. It was probably not the first time he votes, so this I would leave this empty. This, as I said, what is really interesting for us is to know. Well, if he tells you when he voted the first time, it's also good. But we want to know if this is the first time he votes or not. So this field should be filled in mainly if the guy tells you this is my first election, and then it's going to be filled in with the present
So
year
he
2022. Yes.
He wasn't specific on the number of times he has voted, but he told me he voted in 2017.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not sure it was his first time.
Yeah,
34.
yeah, he did not
He might
mention
have
it.
already voted before. You can, how can we say this? Maybe you can, we're just gonna put it into another field. Maybe go up a little bit, Tindy, please. Uh, mm, Maybe I would add this into the, it's not very appropriate, but it doesn't matter, in the place of residence field. And you can add, he voted in 2017. It's not very orthodox, but you know, we just have to be flexible, and it's going to be pretty clear for those who find the information that voted in 2017 is not the place where he lives. So, okay, great. So you created the relation with an Andy. Yes, rather than citizen, I would say, yeah, or member. Yeah, tribesman sounds a bit. Well, it doesn't matter, but is it a common word in Kenya?
Yeah. Okay. Sometimes
No,
it's
no, I'm
uncomfortable.
just wondering, in French, it would be a little bit diminishing to, you know, to define someone a tribesman, but it's very different culturally from country to country, from Anglophone to Francophone. So you do whatever you feel comfortable with. It's not a big deal.
Kinsman. Okay.
So I have a question.
Mhm.
So where do we do the translations? Because it's in Kalenjin, it's in Nandi.
And now we will do the real data entering part of the interview, and that's when we will listen to the audio, and every time the interviewee expresses an idea, we stop the audio, we create a data entry, and into that data entry we write his words translated into English. So that's when we do the translation. What we have done so far, Dixon, is only creating the interview and the dossier within EleQta. Creating the interview is different from entering the data of the interview. Creating the interview is only a step we do to tell EleQta that you have done this interview in this place on that day with this person. And then there's a second phase where we actually enter the data that has been produced during the interview. And this is when we listen to the sound and we split what has been said during the whole interview into different data entries, one data entry per each idea that was expressed by the interviewee. So now that all this is done, you can save the dossier. So the preparation is creating the interview and either, if necessary, creating the dossier for the interviewee, which is necessary every time you're interviewing someone for the first time. If you're interviewing him for the first time, you need to create a dossier for him, which you do quickly in the interview creation page. And then you have to fill in the dossier by finding it in the dossier list and entering this information you just entered about age, gender, job, etc. As much information as you were able to gather. Then only then, after this preparation, we can really do the interview data entry. And this is done by going back to your interview section of EleQta, so through the homepage. The right button, the second button for the elections page. And now here we have inside the interviews for this first mission, we have a view interviews button, which will allow us to see the list of all interviews we have created for this mission. In this case, there's just one, the one we just created. And this is where we can enter the interview data properly. So now we will, we can also play the audio. I will not be able to understand what he says, but you will. So you should play the audio and listen to what is being said, and stop it as soon as you think that the guy has expressed an idea. And once this condition is fulfilled, we will go back to our data entry and fill it in with all the proper information. So let me hear this, what this guy said.
Kusaneza kushoto. Badala huu. Tumeweza kupita.
Okay.
Signé?
Ouais, qui m'avait échappé, je te le fais suivre comme ça.
Ouais, parce que je sais pas trop.
Are you hearing it, guys? I'm not hearing anything.
I can't hear anything.
No, but I think
Yes, tuko hapa na
no, it's just because the computer doesn't send us the file, the sound through Zoom, but they're hearing it, I guess. I can hear it when I play it.
Okay.
So you know what the guy said, I would be able to understand anyway, so.
Tindi, you can translate where he speaks in Swahili on the first seconds, and then when he switches to Nandi, I'll help you out. So after he tells me his name, I ask him where he's from in Nandi. And Tindi, can you get me? Unanipata?
I'm not sure if he can hear us. Maybe he's when he plays the audio, he doesn't hear us anymore.
No, I can hear you. I was just playing it fast, so that maybe if we are to go through it again, Dixon can tell us where to stop and to enter the topic.
Or Dixon, you can also play the audio on your side, and
Yeah,
because
yes,
I forgot that that Tindi and maybe the others in the room may not speak actually Nandi, so or understand Nandi, so it's actually Dixon who has to do the translation. Is this correct?
So yeah, like I was saying, Tindi can translate the first seconds where we are speaking in Swahili, and then I ask him his name, and he now says his name is David Bates. And then I ask him where he's from. He says he's from Keteng. Is that fine if I do that?
Yes, so maybe because we're going through the topics, yeah, we can maybe see E3. What was the attitude of the interview towards the interview?
Is that what he says at the beginning? What does he say at the beginning? For interview data entries, it may also be convenient to write down what the guy said and then find the topic. I mean, I don't know. It depends on the way you want to function, but it's also a possibility. So if you have the guy's words, you can put them black on white first, and then and then we find a topic together if you want. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Like I can do a general translation of what we talked about, and then from that we can, chop it down and put on the topics.
Yeah, as you prefer. Dixon, you can take charge of the translation entirely. Maybe it's more simple like this, also because you were there, and then you just dictate it to Tindi, and he's gonna write it down. And
Yeah,
translation means that we're not so much interested in knowing what questions you asked. Also because in general terms, there should be as little questions as possible being asked. It doesn't mean you don't have to ask questions at all. It means you should use them only to restart the conversation if it stops. But we don't really need to have data about the questions in EleQta unless it is hard to understand why the guy is saying something. So forget about your question, just translate what the guy says, and we try to write that down and see if it's clear enough, find the topic and create a data entry. Okay?
okay. So he introduces himself as David Betmayo.
I don't think this is well, this was a particular interview, so the guy was he aware that you were recording him?
Yes,
Okay.
I seeked his consent before
Okay.
recording it.
All right. Okay. So he revealed his name. I don't think it is really important to put it into the database. Well, we only have his first name anyway, do we?
Pardon?
We only have his first name. He said
No,
his name was.
all his names. His
We also
first
have his
name and
family and also family.
middle name and surname.
Okay, we have the whole thing. I don't know. I wouldn't put it into the database just out of respect for the guy, maybe.
Okay.
Well, you asked him for his name. That's why he told it.
Yeah, since I was recording and I sought his consent to record him.
Yes.
Yeah, so I asked him like, who are you and what do you think about the politics here?
All right. Yeah, so he said his name.
Yeah,
I think that we don't need to put his name in. I would really say that we don't put people's name inside the database unless they really, voluntarily say, I want you to write down that I, David, said that. And so in this case, it's a true statement about his identity, and he wants us to write the name down, and then we'll do it. But unless this is the case, I would not put the name into the database because it's not going to change anything to know the guy's name. You know it. If you interview him again, that's going to be him. You have his code. But I don't think I would put it into the database. This is for everyone. I'm just saying that. Oh wait, we lost. I think we lost the others. Maybe they have an internet problem. I'm saying all this. I'm trying to give you an example of how you should also function while doing these things. Your brain is turned on, and you decide, you make decisions like this, whether I should put his name or not, based on the fact that you know what this data is for, and you know what might be relevant and what might be not relevant, and also we have a push to keep to maintain people's anonymity. We never know. I mean, the data is not publicly accessible, but you never know. So we don't want anyone to know that Mr. David said something bad, maybe about Odinga, or I don't know what he's going to say, but we keep anonymity unless there is really an instance where a guy says, I want you to put black on white that David said that, and then this is of some relevance, because it means that people are not afraid to, reveal their names and associate them to maybe, critical thoughts about some politician or another. So in this case, he just told you his name because it was kind of part of the framework you set for the interview, which, by the way, is not necessary in the future. You can also, tell people this is completely anonymous, so I don't need, and I don't even want to know your name.
Okay.
You do it, it changes a lot from country to country, from place to place within a country, how far people will, in some cases, they may even be offended if you don't want to know their name. So it's up to you to judge if you're going to ask them for their name. Then what you always have to put forward is that the interviews are anonymous, so that what he says will not be associated to his name. This usually makes people more confident to speak about politics.
Okay.
So this is the general criteria. The others are still gone. Let me just call Susan. Yes, the net is down. Cindy is saying on the group. So we'll just say no problem. Let's wait. Hang on. So you have a better connection in Nandi Hills than in Nairobi, in the United Nations complex, huh? That's revealing.
Another concern,
Yes.
in relations to the ethnic groups.
Mhm.
Can we relate, for example, this is just a thought, because his name is David Mayo, that is
Mhm.
an Andy.
Yes.
So is there any significance to relate him with the ethnic group?
Yes, it has to be done. And I think that Tindi did it when he created the dossier for the guy. he connected it to the Tindi, to the Nandi, sorry, ethnic group.
So in the recording, so if we will not ask for names, so in this recording, should I cut it out because there's the voice parts where he's mentioning his name verbally? Should it be redacted from the,
Oh, well, if we wanted to be really square, yes. I don't think that anyone is gonna access EleQta with the intention of finding what Mr. David X said and go fish Mr. David X in Kenya and punish him for something. So it's just a little bit of frankly of a pain in the ass to do this editing with the sound. So I just leave it the way it is. For future interviews, you might also start the recording a little bit later. There is, as I said, there is no necessity to ask for people's names. If you want to do it because you feel like it creates more confidence, and what's your name, it might be a factor that helps the interview. But you can also do it after, before you start recording, so you won't have to take it out. And plus, there is also a scenario where all we get is the first name of the person, which may be all that is needed to create a little bit of confidence between the two of you. And nobody is going to be able to trace someone by his first name unless they have incredible technology and voice recognition and blah blah. But I don't think this is going to happen. So, well, in this case, he revealed his entire identity in the audio recording. So technically, it would be better to take it out. I mean, the data in EleQta is super protected and it's accessible by researchers only. So for this instance, we can, we can make a little exception, and I won't ask you to go edit the sound and go crazy because of that. Another thing that I said yesterday is that usually it depends, but you can also decide whether you want to ask about this information about the person, like what his job is, where he lives. Usually, I mean, in some cases, we found it best to ask for these things at the end of the interview. So you don't create a situation where the person is compelled to reveal a lot about himself before he speaks, which may, lead him to be a little bit more prudent while speaking. I don't know what the climate is in 2022 in Kenya. Kenya has always struck me like a place where people don't have so many problems in speaking openly about politics. So it might be that all these concerns are a bit exaggerated. You're free to do whatever you judge is best. I'm only saying this because in some places people are really scared, and we have to explain to the researchers how to gain their confidence and how to avoid scaring them by asking them a lot of things before they start speaking. Where are you from? Where do you live? What's your job? How old are you? People might think that with all this information, it's going to be easier to identify them, even if they don't say their names. So we suggest in scary contexts, we suggest researchers to ask about these things at the end of the interview, so the person is not scared, let's say, at the beginning of the interview. He might be scared at the end, but it doesn't matter. And plus, he might just not reveal this information, and it's good enough for us. Okay, so they're still down over there. So what we can do, Dixon, if you want, you can dictate to me the translation of the interview. I'll write it down, and then we'll send the text to the others. So we'll gain some time. Okay.
I just translate what he said, not the questions.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. But we can add his location.
Sorry?
I can start with his location. He mentions his location.
Where he lives. Okay. Yeah, well, yes, that's already in his dossier. So we don't really need to create a data entry about this. It's not necessary to translate this. EleQta already has this information. So I would rather go to the parts where he actually says stuff about the politics. Tindi is back, I see.
Tindi is back. So we can start by.
Let me share the screen.
Yes, I just proposed to Dixon that I write the translation down and then send it to you. But since you're back, maybe you can write it down yourself. You can also do one thing. Since we're doing this in a bit of a weird way, and we don't know. No, it's okay. You write it directly into EleQta, and it's going to be fine. Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. I was proposing to create a text file and write down the whole interview and then divide the ideas later, but it's not necessary. We'll just stop Dixon from translating once we are aware that the guy has said something which is one data entry. Because Dixon, what we have to do while entering an interview within EleQta is split the interview, what the guy says, among different data entries. One data entry for each idea he expresses. So we have to listen to a little bit of the recording, translate it, and then stop as soon as we have a circumscribed idea, create a data entry, fill in the other fields, and then go on to another data entry. Okay?
Yeah.
So you can start the translation, and Tindy is going to write it down here in the text, and when we have an idea, we stop.
Okay, Tindi. So
Yeah.
you can write politics in Nandi are, how will I say, mellow, because that's how he describes it.
On the text data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These
Can
are the
say
words of the guy. So yes,
Yeah.
it goes in the text field.
But when you say mellow, you mean like there's no enthusiasm or something? There's low enthusiasm. Okay. Your voice is a bit low now.
I'm saying mellow to
Yeah.
mean like it's like pleasant in a way that it's balanced. Like really,
Oh, okay.
because get
Yeah,
like
lukewarm, man.
there's a sense of political maturity.
Yeah, but Tindy, sorry, right, in this field, you have to enter the complete sentence said by the guy. So you have to write politics in Nandi Hills is mellow, and then we might add some within brackets, we might add within a parenthesis, we might add something more to specify, because obviously translation is never easy.
No, Tindi,
no, and without saying, I'm sorry, just a second. This is the word used by the guy in first person. So what he says, we don't want to say interviewee feels. It's just what the guy says. We keep it simple. It's also going to be easier for you to keep it like this. I feel, I don't know if he said that he feels it. He said politics in Nandi Hills is mellow. At least this is the words that Dixon said. Exactly. So in this case, it's really for interview data. We really want to see the words used by the guy, translated obviously, in the text fields. So if we read all the data, the text of the data entries, we will end up having a almost complete, let's say, content of the interview of what the guy said. Okay.
Yeah.
So politics in Nandi Hill is mellow. Do you think we want to further specify mellow?
You can put in brackets like political. There's a political maturity here. And then he goes on to say, but I am voting for Wajakoya.
Okay, but stop, because this is another idea. So we actually have to stop this data entry after the political maturity. We have to find a topic that applies. He is describing politics.
I was suggesting.
Yes, sorry,
go
ahead.
I was suggesting we write it all down and then chop it up after translating the whole thing. Then
Okay, but if you want to do that, we should write it down in a separate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's also another way of doing this. Yes.
Okay. So you're saying I'm voting for Wajakoya?
Yes, I'm voting for Wajakoya. I am a strong supporter of Wajackoya. I love Wajackoya because he speaks in honesty. I feel he's an honest guy. He's an honest guy. I feel he's an honest guy in Kenya. In 2017, Raila was to win. But he was defeated. In 2017, I voted for Uhuru. And then after that, I asked him why he changed allegiance, and then he said it's because of the economic crisis.
Economic crisis.
Yeah, economic crisis where the prices of commodities have gone up. You can put it like where prices of food, because he was very
Specific on food.
food specific. He was very specific on food.
Hi.
Yeah. These people have killed us. Next.
So
These people are. These people have destroyed us. Destroyed. So this is in reference to the food prices going up.
okay.
Yeah.
So I can just put it the same sentence as the previous one there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you can write again. I'm fully voting for Wajackoya. That's the next one again. I am fully voting for Wajackoya. And then on the ground, on the ground, I'm voting for my MCA. We can put the aspirant's name. It is Cheptuget, like CH. TU.
Again.
No, Cheptuget. Yeah, Cheptuget. Try your R, remove the R. There's no R.
Okay.
Yeah. MP, I'm voting for Keter. MP, I'm voting for Arab Keter. Keter. then he goes on to say Cheptuget is a very young person. The next one. He is around 24 years old. We are voting for him because he's a young guy and displays leadership qualities and has displayed sorry
Okay.
and has displayed leadership qualities. That is basically the end of the interview because he was in a rush at that time. But my intentions was to really dig in on particularly this young MCA because people are really supporting him in Nandi Hills. So I was to ask him to expound more on what are these leadership qualities and what does he think he'll add on the table for the UDA fraternity in totality. So, and we can just use this for the practice for interviews. But
All
it's
right.
basically
Okay. So we have a number of different ideas as are expressed here. So the first one, we already almost created the data entry, so we can finish this because subsequently he goes on saying who he will vote for. So it's totally a different idea. So here, all we need to do now is to find a relevant topic. I think that this where will you put this? Hang on, let me see. I'm looking at all the topics. If you, yeah, you can just open the menu and you'll be able to see all the different topics. I think that politics is mellow, so.
The E1 applies. What does the interview think about the election?
Yeah, exactly. That's good. But this is what about what he thinks about this interview. So no, sorry. The first ones are really about relationship, interviewer, and about the interview. So this doesn't really apply in this case. I think that in this case we don't have a really specific topic unless you see one. I think I would stick to the generic topic that's at the end, which is other relevant information. And because we don't really have something about what you think about politics in your neighborhood. So no, let's stick to this one. It's going to be fine. Interview topics are a bit are very specific, and then there's a lot of information that usually falls into this more generic topic, but it doesn't really matter. What matters here is he is mentioning a place. Okay, so we have to enter it in our map because he's speaking about Nandi Hills. So we have to enter Nandi Hills in the map, which is here in the data entry page. Not because the interview was held in Nandi Hills, which is also true, but Nandi Hills is mentioned in what he says. So in this case, we have to fill in the second map. Okay, which is the only one you see in the interview data entry pages. The information he is giving us contains a reference to a place, so we want to indicate it in the map. There it is. I don't think that there is any dossier involved in here. He's not mentioning any group or politician or party. He's just making a general comment about politics in Andy Hills. So
I was going to ask you, Pietro, on that.
yes,
Because yesterday, as I was listing possible dossiers, can places also apply?
we don't really have a space where you can enter dossiers for places because places are indicated on the maps.
Okay.
So no, we should not use dossiers for places. The only thing that's close to a place that will go into the dossier is something that is part of things like the parliament or the presidency, which are both places and institutions. But otherwise, no, we don't have to create dossiers for places such as Nandi Hills or Kibera neighborhoods in Nairobi.
I have seen in the list of dossiers that are already existing, there are places in
Yes.
in the previous entries, there are places that have been indicated.
Well, this should be cleaned up. It would be useful if you could maybe send me a quick list of what they are. But cleaning up the dossier is a little bit of a delicate thing because before I delete the dossier, I must see how it was used, so I can make sure that I'm not deleting anything significant. Because what kind of places did you see? Do you remember?
I saw Ngara, I saw Kibera, I saw.
Yeah, I also saw Kibera used as a social group, which might be relevant in a way. You remember Chichita was living in Kibera. She was doing, and also Richard, I think from our previous team, they were doing their work there. They might have used that Kibera as an identity, something people will uphold as an identity.
Okay.
I'll look into that. And then what else did you mention?
No, it was just briefly, like I saw a couple of places
Yeah.
and yeah.
I'll check that out. Maybe if you can send me. Well, I should be able to identify those dossiers. So I'll ask you for help if I need it, but I think I'll be able to see which ones refer to places because they do not refer to any person or other element. But thanks for pointing this out. And no, as a general rule, no, dossiers should not be used for places. In fact, we don't have a type of dossier that's called places or locations or things like that.
Because I can see last elections, I had inputted Ngara, Nairobi, and relation dossiers were Boniface Mwangi, who was also a candidate standing as a legislator.
Yes, because he is from there.
And then
Yeah.
polling station ID. Because I can see the acronym is police station ID interviewee.
Yes. Well, then it means that you have entered Ngara as a polling station, which is another thing. Yes, actually, I forgot to mention that another thing that's kind of close to a place is we ask you to enter the dossiers for the polling stations that you are that are in your mission area. That is also something that you have to do if you see something relevant and you enter information about that polling station, because on your mission you passed in front of it or you saw what was happening inside, and then you want to create a reference to that polling station. which will have a dossier. Yes. That is also an example of dossiers who are somehow related to some type of place. Yes. We will go back to this, but this only applies really to the polling stations that have some kind of relevance in what you're doing. So I don't even think that you should make a complete check of all the polling stations that exist in your mission area and enter them all before you go to the mission, etc. I would suggest to use this type of dossier only if one day you are in front of a polling station or inside it and you see something relevant. But then yes, you want to create a dossier for this polling station. And then you have a type of dossier which is polling station. And yes, it's another exception to this not using dossiers for places idea. But again, a polling station is not like a neighborhood or a town or a region, etc. It's really a specific institution, I would almost say. And but there's a specific type of dossier that it's called polling station. So this should be used, and those can also be considered as places, as you say. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's always a bit tricky, but I hope I was clear enough about the fact that no dossiers for places such as towns or even neighborhoods, or yes, create dossiers for the polling stations where you observe something or that might be mentioned by people you interview. I went to my polling station in Nandi Hills, I don't know, town hall, and and I saw there were bizarre things going on. Then yes, this guy is actually mentioning a polling station, and it is useful to create a dossier for this polling station. But these are very particular kind of places that have a close link to the election. So this is why we have a type of dossier for them. But for the rest of places, no. Then yes, the parliament, the presidency, but they're more to be considered as institutions rather than geographical places.
Oh,
Is that clear enough for you?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can go on creating this data entry. There is no dossier involved, as we said. What we miss is possibly to enter something about the reference to the associated file. We can leave this for now because the interview is really short. Okay, it doesn't matter. But if the interview lasted 10 or 20 minutes, you might want to put the time of the recording where you heard this sentence from the guy. Okay, so we're not going to do this now in our exercise, but keep in mind this should be done.
Sorry to interrupt, Pietro. I'm going now.
Dominique, thanks.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to wish you luck with your work, actually.
Thank you.
And okay, when you need the key, ask Angela.
Okay.
Okay, and well, again, have a nice hand of session today and a great field work in the coming weeks. Okay, bye, Petro.
Dominique, thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye. I'll keep you posted about the evolution of what we're doing and also about our little drama going on with the payments. Okay. Thank you very much anyway for all the support.
So
Okay, guys. So you have to just create the data entry now, which is the blue button at the end of the page.
yeah,
There
we
is no-
haven't entered the date.
No,
We don't need-
because he only mentioned Nandi Hills as a place. He doesn't say politics is mellow yesterday or in a few days. Well, he obviously refers to the present day, but it doesn't need to be entered as a date contained in the information. That would be the case if he said, yesterday I saw a policeman in front of my place, or I went to a meeting, Raila Odinga meeting 3 days ago, then yes, that would be a date mentioned. but this is not the case. Okay, so this is good. Then, as I told you yesterday, what we see now is the data entries list for this interview. So now we will go on to the next idea and create a new data entry for this idea, which is well, you can already copy it if you want from your notebook, but you have to. I think that, look, I'm voting for Wajakoya and I'm a strong supporter of Wajakoya is the same idea. And plus, he says it again after. So it doesn't matter to create two data entries for these two sentences. But whereas I love Wajakoya because he speaks honestly, that's a different idea. This is, he explains why he loves Wajakoya. So that's another idea, effectively. These two are actually the same idea. So you just click on enter interview data, which will create a new data entry for this interview. And you will again, so now he is declaring his voting decision. So that's it.
So this should be the topic.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And the text, you can simply paste what he said. There is a dossier which is involved here. There it is. Okay, and I think that's it. There's nothing else that needs to be done here. We're not doing any analysis here, but if you want, you can always do it. But I think in this case, there's not much to say. Okay. Then next data entry, yes. So I love Bajakai because he speaks honestly.
So these two also go together.
Yes, obviously, yes. So what should we fit this in? There is something about, hang on, let me see. You can also to look among, to search among the topics, you can also try and type a few words like candidate, for example, which will narrow the list of topics to those who refer to a candidate. No, rather than why, just put the word candidate in here. What it is the effect of unfavorable or no? What is it? Perceptual violence? How does violence candidate support? So there is not really something where he says why he is supporting this guy. I think that in this case, I think that in this case we can also use either we use the generic topic or we let me try another. Try support as a word. Threats? No. There's nothing particular about this. So no, let's just use the generic one, the last one. Which I don't, wait, there's unfavorable rumors. Yes, you just have to go to the end of the list. To be very frank to you, these topics were made a long time ago. We have been reviewing them, but maybe not as thoroughly as we should have. But anyway, use the generic one and it's going to be fun. They are the result of fieldwork that was being conducted before EleQta was created. And I think that we really need to look at them more closely with Remy. And actually, this was supposed to be the object of our conference for 2021, but we were unable to hold it because of the COVID. So this remains a little bit suspended. It doesn't really matter. You have entered the dossier for Wajakoya, I guess.
Yeah,
Is involved. So we're good. Okay. So in 2017, I voted. Ryder was supposed to win. It's interesting because the guy voted for someone else, but he mentioned Ryder even before he said that he voted for Uhuru. I wonder why.
I think
He's
he was.
Yeah, Tindi, go ahead.
Just an observation. I was thinking maybe it was his expectation that despite the side he was supporting, he thought that Raila would win.
Would win, yeah.
Yeah.
See, yeah. But it's kind
Maybe
of
even not a surprise.
yeah, I understand. Anyway, so this is about the memory of past elections. I think we have something about this. But anyway, paste the sentence in here. I will look. Just no, sorry, this we already did, huh?
Oh yeah, this already did that. Sorry.
These two are two different ideas. So actually, you shouldn't put them together. You should put only the first one.
Very great.
Again, we have something about past elections, but it's only connected to violence. So once again, I would just use a generic topic over here. So the last one on the list.
So just a little.
Yeah.
Can we check back on the data? I'm not sure if I pressed OK to create that one, the last one.
I think you did, but let's do this one first, and then we see if the other one is there too. Because otherwise we're going to lose also what we're doing here. I think it was there because there were three, and I think that they're all there. Anyway, so this is the last topic.
It's the last topic.
Yeah, it's always, this is connected to the perceptions with the past elections, but it's not, you don't have anything specific about this. So we're just gonna use the generic topic again.
Okay.
And then over here, now I see there's two more fields that need to be filled in. Are you able to tell me what they are?
Sorry?
Yeah, no, I was saying that there's two more fields that need to be filled in. So one is correctly the one with the dossier involved. And then we also have a reference to a date in what he says.
So 2017.
Exactly. And that's it. We don't need to do anything else. This is, you have to consider that people will also be able to display the data on a timeline. So any information that pertains to 2017 will be visible on the timeline in 2017. And if you click on this bit of information, you will see what it is, which is it's a guy interviewed in 2022 that said that in 2017 Raila was supposed to win. So was the entry about Wajakoya is there. So I think we have everything. Again, we can carry on with this Uhuru support that he declares. And here we have a topic about the voting decisions, which is number 4, which also applies to previous elections. So you can select that topic. And what I would do in this case is also obviously mention Uhuru again in the dossiers involved, and also 2017 in the dates. That's it. So now that I notice, we could also have cloned the previous data entry, changed the topic, changed the text, and kept the dossier involved in the year, which are the same. Now, it's not a big deal, but in some cases it might be useful because there might be more information that you need to enter again. Okay, good.
So now I switched allegiance.
Okay, because of economic crisis, where food prices are high, these people have destroyed us. I think this is, yeah, well, it's one idea. These are actually 2 separate ideas. If we really want to be square, because he explains why he switches allegiance, and then he really accuses these people, who I think are pretty much the political class in general terms, to having destroyed the people. So I would separate these 2. So switching allegiance, I think this is part of his voting intentions. So I would stick to the same topic we used before, number 4.
Okay.
He's explaining why he switches allegiance, but this is still about the voting intention. So there we are. Yeah, well, we know he switches from one to another. So we can mention the 2 dossiers, which are from Uhuru to to Wajakoya. That's it. Okay. Well, there is no date in here. It doesn't really matter to put a date. People will know that the interview was taken in 2022, so they will know that this guy switched allegiance for the 2022 election. So it's okay, we can create the data entry. And now we will go to these people have destroyed us. This might require a little bit of explanation also in the text field, like specifying who these people are. Very briefly, just I think it's politicians or as far as the topic is concerned, I think that this is also something that fits into the generic topic about threads, physical threads.
Citizens not stockpiling, that's not there. Okay.
Yeah, I would definitely stick to the last topic.
T9. Okay. Uhuru.
Economy.
Because we're assuming
Well, I don't think I would put any dossier in here. because these people is too generic, you know. I would just add next to these people, I would just put within a parenthesis, I would maybe put politicians, or if you have any better way to describe who this guy might refer to.
On the text.
You can put elite politicians so that it can separate, you know, the.
Yes, Wajakoya is probably not included
Yeah.
in what this guy is saying. All right, watch out, there's destroyed us. There's an hour missing.
Just really a deploy.
Okay, EleQta is not particularly strict about you know, little mistakes in typing, but it try to be a little bit careful, because we do want to apply text recognition algorithms, and if there are mistakes, and destroy is definitely a word that might be interesting for us. So pay some attention to how you spell words in you know, significant words. And if there's a little mistake, it's not a big deal.
So I create, yeah.
Yes, we're good.
Oh, I don't know.
Cheers.
Yeah, we lost your screen. Do we still have part of the interview that needs to be entered? You got too much stuff open there. All right, so I'm fully voting for Vajakoya. He already said this, but it is important that we strike, that we make it clear that he said it twice in the interview, actually 3 times. He said it twice before, next to each other, so we can just stick to one data entry, but this has to be entered as a new data entry. And you can also clone an existing data entry where he says that he's voting for Vajakoya, like the second one. I would rather clone the second one, because that's where he really says, and that entry has only Vajakoya as a dossier involved. So you just change the text, and we're good. See, this is an example of what use how to use the cloning feature. It was really quick to create this data entry because you didn't have to fill any other fields in except for the text. So now on the ground, I'm voting for my MCA. MP, I'm voting for EleQta. So these are 2 ideas. Unfortunately, we have to create 2 data entries for these, which will be again very similar. So we can use the cloning feature. We also have to check whether this guy Chet2Get has a dossier, and I think it might be useful to create it because Dixon is going to work in Nandi Hills, and apparently this is one of the local candidates, and it will be probably useful to all right, great. That's good. We don't need to do anything else. We can create this data entry. Now we have created a new dossier. So since this has been done, we have to go now to the dossier section and complete this dossier. by classifying it into the proper type and subtype. No, wait, hang on. First, because when you change type and subtype, basta. Ok? Fai logout. Lo so, io non- mi fare tutte cose. Sorry guys, non so cosa dire, io non posso sempre tutti i giorni fare tanti film. I'm sorry. So Cheptuget, we need to add his first name also. I don't know if it's known to you. If it's not, I'm gonna search.
MCA candidate for Nandi.
Okay. I would also add in 2022 here, because remember that dossiers will survive across elections. So yeah, that's it. Again, watch out, because when you change type and subtype, the name of the fields also change, and where you put male, there is actually, it says acronyms and other names. So we don't want to know the gender of politicians. It's information that's available anyway. So you just leave this field empty unless Mr. Cheptuget has a, an acronym or a nickname. Wait,
Not,
because Cheptuget is a nickname, I see.
yes.
I'm searching. Okay, but it's still a common name he is known with. So we're gonna also leave it in the full name field, but we're gonna add, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this properly. We're gonna indicate his family name, which is Kemboi, I think, Kemboi, first, before Cheptuget.
Yeah.
And we're gonna indicate Kemboi, and then we're gonna put a comma, and his first name is Hon Edwin, so Hon Edwin. That's it. And then Cheptuget, I would put it within a parenthesis. That's it. So all these names will help those who search, namely probably Dixon, because it's his mission area. When he types Cheptuget, guy's going to come up, and he's not going to create another dossier for him. And voila. We don't need to repeat this information in the acronyms because we already have it over there. Unless there's any other acronym or nickname that the guy is known with. Dixon,
No.
you...
No, there are none.
No, okay, good. So what we want to do is maybe create a relationship between him and his party beneath. It might also be relevant to enter his date of birth because he is young. So he is 24 years old.
Yeah.
Is he? That's what the guy said.
Yeah.
But do we
Also,
have it?
I am planning to have this guy as one of my, I want to interview this Cheptuget guy.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's okay,
pardon?
No, I mean it's okay. So we can leave the date for now. When
Yeah,
you
because
sorry, Dixon, go ahead.
because he lives closer to my home, and
Okay.
is easily accessible. So I'll have a draft of questions I can ask, and then maybe send it to Tindi to add on what is here already.
Yeah, we can do that, but we trust you to be able to ask the questions and possibly even better than us, me, know the questions that he needs to ask in the Kenyan context in 2022, But anyway, you feel free to send it to me. I'll take a look and see if there's anything particular that I would like to add So when you create the interview for Mr. Chettuget, you will have his dossier already available in the dossiers list, and you will use him. You use him in the source field in the interview creation page instead of creating a new interviewee dossier. Okay.
Okay.
So the date of birth, well, let's put 98, and then we'll see if he says something different, we might want to change it. We can already create a relation with his party. With the party.
UDA.
UDA, that's it. Do you think it is relevant to connect him to the Kalenjin, for example, or the Nandi people?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to do that too. Okay, great. You have to enter something about the nature of the relation, the start and end dates. You can also say when a relation started and when it ended. Meaning, for example, if you create a relationship between somebody and a political party, he might have entered the party. Now, wait. Yes, obviously, but you don't need to do this, Tindi, because it's pretty obvious that he is a member of the Tindi people since when he was born. So you can do it, but it's not really necessary, okay? But here you have to write something, and he is a member of the Tindi, so you can just write member. He is a member of the UDA, so also there you could put member. And well, it doesn't really matter to know since when he was a member of the UDA. This is usually something, party membership evolution is something that we ask you really to be specific about for, really major. Uhuru Kenyatta left the party. It's a major event in Kenyan politics. Then we want to make it clear in the relations that this is the case, but otherwise it doesn't really matter. So we're good for now with this dossier, unless there's any other relation to other people or that you can think of that we might want to enter. Dixon, do you?
No.
Not really. Okay, so we're fine.
Yes. Yeah.
So now we will now quickly resume the interview data entering work, and just before we go for lunch. Now we have another. That's it. You go to view interviews, and this is our interview with our Boda Boda writer. And the next step is entering this information about where he says who he's going to vote for as MP, which is another. No, wait. Here is where you edit the information about the interview, which is the place, the source, so the person you have interviewed, etc. So the interview data, you can view it, yes, with a gray button, or directly enter the next interview information with a green button. This button, enter interview data, in this page is exactly equivalent to the one you had in the previous page, which was green. Okay, but here you also have a complete list of the data entries that you already have done. So if you don't remember where exactly you stopped, you can pull this page up and see where you stopped, which is exactly where we mentioned Chettuget. So now we're just going to create a new, or you can clone, yes, an existing data entry where he reveals his voting intention decisions. That's it. So now we have to see if there's a dossier for this other MP. So by just typing get, okay, we don't have it. So we have to create a dossier for this now too. You can already write his full name like Keter, Arab. No, it's I don't know what is the first name.
Alfred. His first name is Alfred.
And Arab Keter is all his surname.
You see, in the Kalenjin culture, when you add Arab, it means son of.
Ah,
The,
okay.
the son of, yeah. So his name's Alfred Keter. When you say Arab Keter, the son of.
I see.
Yes. So
Okay.
you can just write Alfred Keter.
Yes, let's do that.
You can,
Keter,
yeah. It is.
comma,
No,
Alfred.
it's Honorable Alfred Arab. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but wait,
Or
because
you
Keter
can
has to
remove
go
the.
first. Keter has to go first, and I wouldn't put any titles in here. It doesn't really matter. We just want the name of the guy. Also because he is honorable now, but maybe in a few years he's not going to be anymore an MP. So
You can do, yeah. You can do away with Arab.
yes, Arab we want. Arab we know we want because it's part of his identity, personal identity, and somebody might search for Arab Keter, and it's good to have it.
Yeah. Okay. So the two should go together, like Arab Keter, comma Alfred, or what do you think?
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then do away with honorable.
Yeah, honorable. We don't need it.
Yeah.
Okay. Watch out. There's a space at the beginning. Doesn't matter. We're gonna clean it later. It's okay. It's okay. It's not a big deal anymore. Okay. So we have created a dossier for Arab Kitab, and we will just create the data entry because there's nothing else we need to add. Yeah, you can go to create. Then we have to complete the dossier for Arab Kitab. Maybe just well, basically by classifying into the correct type and subtype. No, we don't add, no, because the dossier is already there. We just go back. We just need to find it. So to find it, you either search for the name, or if you don't remember what the name is, you can also click on the dossier number column, and it will list the dossiers starting with the newest one, which is probably the one you just created, or is among the newest ones. So here it's a person, it's a politician. Okay, Arab Qatar, we can leave it like that. Alfred, yes, that's right. Watch out because there was a space between Arab. And we might want to, before Arab. Sorry. There's no space. Okay, sorry, it was just my mistake. Okay. He is independent. Okay. All right. So we don't have a relation to any political party.
How about the year? Because he's the MP currently, but after the voting he might be defeated. So I think it's important to add.
Yeah, you're right. You can say Nandi Hills MP.
2013 to 2022. And then
Okay, he started since 20. Okay, that's good. Perfect.
yeah.
2013. Just put since 2013. So we don't know what's going to happen. So let's leave it like that. Yeah, or after is the same. Yeah, but better. Okay, good. I think we're good. Do we want to add? Is he part of the Nandi people?
Yes.
We can also, yeah, for major politicians, we can also go to Wikipedia and see. Let me see if there's anything about him. And potentially, get something from his biography, but it's not important. It's not critical, okay? Because this information is accessible to any researchers who are already working on EleQta. We don't really need to tell them what the biography is by fishing it on Wikipedia. They'll be able to do it themselves. So okay, the data entry has already been created. So we are already at the next step here. So you should go and see what the guy said next. Did you save the changes you made to the dossier, Cindy? You can also, I think, because you have all those tabs open over there. I'm just wondering if, yeah, exactly. I think you didn't say because this is still open here. Here's an Andy. You have to type in member because it wants you to say something about the relation. Okay, and then you say, that's it. All right. So we're done with this. And then you can go back to your next data entry. Yeah, well, watch out when you work with multiple tabs, it might be a bit tricky because you forget to do something in one tab and then it's, but this shows you all the data entries made by the team, and you cannot edit from this page because you cannot touch data entries made by others. So on this page, you don't have a button to edit data entries and nor to actually create further data entries. This is only to view what your teammates have done. It's meant also somehow to prevent double data entries about the same article, etc. You don't really have to go there all the time because it's really, it doesn't matter if an article gets entered twice, it's not a big deal. So Chertuget is a very young person. He is around 24 years old. I'm voting for him because he's a young guy and has displayed leadership qualities. I think this can go all together. And this is again our interviewee revealing his voting intentions. Then he is also adding a reason for them. But it's still about the voting decisions. So let's stick to that topic. All right, Chertuget is involved in this. We might also add a little short analysis that youth is a decisive factor for this guy. We might want to say this in a quick analysis, also because hustlers, I guess, might somehow be associated with youth somehow. So that's it. Perfect. Okay, we're done. Great. Okay. So we are done with this interview. Okay. So as you can see, we have decomposed the interview in a series of data entries. And if you read the text entered column, you will more or less, see the entire content of the interview. Okay. Is this clear for everyone how this is done? Okay. And I repeat again, this is only one interview. So now we won't do this because this is all the exercise we're going to do. But the next interview will have to be created separately. So you will have to go back to your interviews list. Tindy, please click on the button on top of the, back to interviews lists. Yeah, that's it. And this is the list of interviews for this mission. Now, this was not a mission in a particular context, etc. But usually in your missions, you will perform several interviews. So that's it. The next interview will have to be created before you can enter the data for that interview. So you will have to click on create a new interview please do it, Cindy. And you will access a page where, again, you will have to enter, click on the create a new interview button, Cindy, please. Cindy, you should click on the create a new interview button. The on top, yeah. And right here, you will be able to create a new interview, which will have probably the same date, probably a different time, maybe the same location, maybe not, depending on where you interviewed the person, and surely a different source. It's going to be another person you have interviewed. So once you filled in all this information, you click on create down, and you don't do it now, Tindy, or yeah, you can do it just to show. It's going to be a different time, 1:25 p.m. By default, the system enters the time, the present time. So, and then you will have a different location for your interview. We'll just create this as an example. Then I will delete the second interview. I will keep the first one because it's relevant. And Westlands, Nakuru, Kenya, for example, or that's it. They've improved this a lot, actually. I'm glad to see this because it was really hard to find places, and now they're actually doing. We also did some improvement on our side because relating to geographical databases, it's always very complex. But anyway, so no matter what, we were not going to create a new dossier for the interview. We were going to pretend we interviewed the late Jomo Kenyatta before he died. What's going on? We lost the. Okay. Anyway, doesn't matter. We will upload the file. We don't have a recording of an interview with Jomo Kenyatta, unfortunately. So just leave it like that. Just create it. So I just want you to see what happens to your interviews list when there's another interview. I just want you to see it again. Yeah. We have another interview by Susan. Okay, so we're actually doing this. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of this. Okay, then let's create the dossier. Okay. Do we have any recording of this? Yes, because Susan posted it. Tindy, I can't hear you when you speak. Just so you know, I think your microphone is off. Hang on, let me see. Maybe I can switch it on from my side. Somehow. Participants, yeah, I should be able to open your microphone. There it is. Ask to unmute. Can't I just unmute you? No, I can only ask you to unmute. So I'm asking, but I don't know what this means. Yeah, there it is.
It should be okay.
Yes, it's okay. Sorry, I'm just not very familiar with Zoom, as you can see. We have an equivalent of Zoom, which is managed by our university and is usually adopt. So anyway, yes.
Sorry to cut you off. I'm thinking we do this in the afternoon, or we let Sue do it because it's almost 1:30.
Yeah. I was saying it's time for lunch. Yes. It's 1:30 in Kenya. Oh, sorry guys. I was watching your screen and I thought it was 1:30 here. I just got confused. I thought it was 12:30. Yes, guys, go for lunch now. Just leave it the way it is. We'll finish this later. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
go for lunch. I'll see you in an hour,
Sure.
and we'll see if we have enough time. We'll enter the second interview. Otherwise, because we really have to talk about the plots a little bit. So we'll do maybe the plots first, and then do a little more exercise after that. Exercise can also be done individually, and I can give you feedback after the briefings are over. So you have a nice lunch, and I'll see you in an hour. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. See you in a bit.
Unaweza ni screen yako. Kuna hii- tulikimbie. Tunaweza kuimeleza.
Mapema, watu That was like an amazing trip. So you don't mind it too. Well, that's right.
Right.